think all the balling them steers did on the trail, they'd be balled out by now, wouldn't you?
Yeah, if I was a Cartwright, I'd think that was the sweetest sound there is. All that mooing going on.
Yeah.
It's the sound of money, hoss.
Frankly, after a ride like that trail ride today, I'd just soon have a good, soft bed at hard money anytime. Get it all squared away, little brother?
Yeah, everything's fine. I got the night riders out. Kenny, you have to take over race at midnight up on the East Ridge.
I'll be there.
Hey, Hoss, I just passed the chuck wagon. Upstairs got a nice pan of biscuits with your brand on them.
Well, you'll just have to save them for breakfast. I'm cutting down till I get into sand dust.
Well, I know you're cutting down. That's why I said there was just one pan of biscuits.
Candy knows about this real fancy eating place at Sandust. Ain't that right, Candy?
Oh, yeah. There's one. The Golden something or other. If it's still there, you'll be able to find it without me.
Yeah, what do you mean without you? Where are you going to be?
Well, I told Mr. Cartwright. Sandust is the end of the line. You realize how much money I have burning a hole in my pocket? I can get all the way to Chicago.
You mean to tell me you're going to pass up a ride on a hard saddle all the way back to the Ponderosa just to sit in some soft train and sip those drinks the waiter brings you with the ice and all in them and look at the pretty girls who are going back east after spending all their time out west? Oh, so how come we never ran away from home?
I don't know. But I can tell you this. Both of you ought to quit the gabbing and get some shut-eye. We got that creek to cross them steers in the morning. If we don't get them in there to Mr. Haskell, ain't nobody gonna have any money to burn in nobody's pocket.
Better be careful, he's gonna blow that fire out.
Fine beef cattle. You didn't drive them too hard. When you get back to the Ponderosa, you tell Ben how pleased I am you brought your herd all the way here to Sandust.
Well, I'll be happy to hear that. Because I got to be honest with you, Mr. Haskell, that's not the real reason we drove those cattle to Sandust. Because you pay 50 cents a head more.
And they're worth it to me. I'll have your money ready anytime you want to come by my office in town and pick it up.
Good enough. We'll be through here pretty soon.
All right. Be seeing you in town.
Right.
Sandust. Recommend get a beer in a town name like that?
I'm buying. 3 farewell beers.
Candy, I never figured you was really serious.
I don't want to crowd you, but as soon as I pick up my wages, I want to be leaving.
Suit yourself.
You still got a hand to lose. I'll talk him out of it while we're having that beer.
Maybe so. Come on, let's get back to work.
Nothing personal, mister, just practice.
No offense.
Hi.
How you doing?
You'll want to check these figures, Joe.
All right. Hey, here's a little present from Pop.
Oh, you don't say. I got a present here for Ben. This is Valerie Townsend, Mr. Cartwright, Val.
Hello, Mr. Cartwright.
Very nice to meet you.
Spanish sherry. And wouldn't you know?
Spanish sherry?
You guessed right. Same label, same year. I'll get your money now.
Right. Well, these figures look correct.
Don't try anything and nobody will get hurt.
Put him up and keep him there. Now back off. Back off! Open the safe, old man. Open the safe.
I don't know where I stopped.
Well, you better remember. Get out!
You better hurry up, old-timer. Or Brother Billy will cut you to bits.
All right. My drovers are coming in here to get paid. They could show up any minute.
You don't say. Now take a look out that there window. The sheriff is out of town. We took care of that. You better hope your men don't butt in, mister. Hurry up, Billy. Those are them drovers. Looks like somebody's gonna get killed after all.
Hey, what are you two doing here? I figured you'd be hunting down that cold beer about now.
Well, we were, little brother, but we didn't want to get too far ahead of you.
Yeah, well, I'll be a little while yet. Why don't you go on ahead? I'll catch up to you.
Yeah. I talked old Candy into putting off that trip. Pretty good, huh?
Yeah, it's real good news.
Close the door.
I'll see you later, huh?
Now you stay right where you are. Not a sound from you. Out the back. Candy, take the other side. Back of the barn.
Here, get him out of here.
Yep. Hey.
Is he?
Yeah. You ain't gonna be here very long, big man.
Just killed Haskell.
I had him in my sights. I should have squeezed.
Heard some shots. What happened?
A gang robbed Mr. Haskell.
You killed him. There must have been, 7 or 8 of them.
You got just one?
2 dead behind the barn.
Got a name, boy?
His name's Billy. Heard him call another one Doug.
All right, put your guns away. If there's any more shooting, we'll do it.
So I like a man who knows what he's doing.
On your feet. I want to see you all in my office. Take care of Haskell. Doc will be here in a few minutes. Where's your brother, Billy? Where do you hole up when you're in these parts? Folks were lucky you ran into a bad bunch. Doug and Billy Slater. Wanted dead or alive in 7 states. Okay, this is going to take a little bit of time. Might as well sit down. Who saw the Haskell killing?
I did, sir, Miss Townsend.
You two didn't see it, huh?
No, all we saw was Billy toss a money bag to his brother.
4 witnesses to a robbery, 2 witnesses to a murder. Looked like there's going to be a rope waiting for Billy Boy.
Doug will get me out. There ain't no jail that'll hold me, and you know it.
Mine will. Valerie, how much money they get out of that safe, do you know?
I'm not sure. Enough to buy 3 or 4 herds the size of Mr. Cartwright's.
Should I lock him up?
You won't convict me. There's not going to be enough witnesses alive to testify. None of you! Do you hear what I'm saying? You're all going to be dead!
I hope you folks have no pressing business the next few days. You're staying here. You caught me a killer. Catching him, that's just half the battle. I need your testimony to get a conviction.
Well, fine. How long is this going to take, you figure?
Well, I'll wire the circuit judge today. 2 or 3 days to get here, 2 or 3 days for the trial. Unless, of course, he's in the middle of something right now.
All right, Sheriff. 3 of us will be out at the trail camp if you need us.
Mr. Cartwright, you weren't listening. I said this jail would hold Billy. It will. That means there's only one way that Doug can see that Billy cheats the noose. Get rid of the witnesses. That Slater gang will try to kill you. That's all they'll do, try. As of now, you're guests at the county. Protective custody in the hotel under guard. Valerie, you'll have to move out of the boarding house. Bud O'Hara, Jim Snell, Walter Benson. I need them now. And I want you to listen to what I got to say.
Ladies' bedroom's on the left, gentlemen's on the right.
Thank you very much.
Keep this door locked at all times. There'll be an armed deputy in the hall. If you need anything, say the word.
Thank you. Well, I guess this will be it for the next few days.
Yeah. Ain't no Virginia City, is it?
Street down there will be full of people before you know it. Coming in town to see the trial and the hanging.
can settle down.
There are eyewitnesses, Doug. There isn't a lawyer in the world that can beat eyewitnesses.
What about the jail? You know that bucket, Jack? She a tight one?
Forget about the jail. It's built like a fort.
You need a big haul this trip. You'll all get a big cut when you've earned it. When Billy is free. I don't care how you do it, Jack. But I want my brother free.
Look, Doug, there were 4 witnesses. 4 of them.
Sure. What if 2 of them happen to get killed? Something tells me that the others wouldn't be very anxious to talk.
Come on.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be hysterical. I've read about robberies and murders. Everybody hears and reads about it, but when you're there... Mr. Haskell was so kind to me. He was such a nice man to everyone.
Yes, he was, Val. He was a fine fellow.
I've never even seen a murder trial. I've never been a witness. I probably won't know what to do at all. Have you ever been a witness?
Oh, there's nothing to it. You just swear to tell the truth, and the prosecutor asks you a few questions, you answer them. That's it.
Oh, I wish I could just go down those stairs and get on a train and go home.
Val, where is your home? I don't believe you said.
Albany, New York, the state capital.
You folks still live there?
My mother. She's all the family I have now. There's not much opportunity for a girl to work in New York. Well, I thought I could do better out west. But if I'd known what it was going to be like, I never would have come.
Oh, it's not really that bad. We've got some fine towns and some fine folks.
Most of them wear guns. Almost everyone.
What's so special about Albany? I imagine people get hurt in Albany. People probably even get murdered in Albany.
Probably. But I don't have to see it. I didn't have to see the kindest man I'd ever known shot down in cold blood.
What's the matter? What's going on?
Not a thing, little brother. Just talking.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lose my temper.
It's all right. You were a little ruffled, weren't you?
Frankly, that was the idea.
You wanted me to lose my temper? Why?
I was trying to help. Well, I once knew an army doctor. He told me people will never get hysterical alone. They have to have an audience. The best cure is to slap their face. And the next best thing is to tell them something that'll shock them.
You're right. We're going to be here for 2 days together before the trial. The last thing you want is an hysterical woman. Thank you, Candy. I'll try and do better.
Val, you said you were from Albany. What made you pick Sandust?
I didn't exactly pick it. I was going to Virginia City, and this is where my money ran out.
Virginia City, huh? Well, listen, when this is all over with, you'll have to make it all the way on out and pay us a little visit. I mean, we could rake up enough money to buy a stage ticket, don't you reckon, little brother?
I think we can guarantee it.
Mr. Haskell told me about the Ponderosa, but I'm not sure I can accept.
Well, be more than welcome, I assure you.
Take my word for it, I wasn't even raised there. It's quite a layout.
Who is it?
Deputy Jensen. It's all right, sir. Coming on dinner time. Sheriff thought you folks might want to eat.
Dinner? Your stomach must be 3 hours slow and mine's 3 hours fast.
We'll be out in a minute.
We'll be waiting.
Tell me the truth. Do you think the Slater gang will try anything?
Well, it's a rough gang. I don't think we're going to take any chances.
Now I am scared.
Nothing wrong with that. Scared? Cautious? It's about the same thing. You're looking at three very cautious individuals. Shall we go?
All right, folks, please.
Fresh air.
The restaurant's just down the street, the Clover Bee. All right, Short, lead off.
Broad daylight, they all want you pretty bad.
It cost them. 3 of them came in, they left 2 behind. They killed Short.
Can you walk?
Yeah, somebody give me a hand.
Get into the hotel. Rivers, take care of Short. All right, that goes for you, too. I want everybody at the hotel. Nobody leaves without my permission.
Yeah. You know, they came from 3 different directions, Sheriff. A little better timing, and you'd be fresh out of witnesses.
Well, I promise you one thing. Billy Slater's going to stand trial, and you're going to be there to testify against him. If I have to deputize every able-bodied man in this town.
Sheriff, I hope you don't break that promise. Murder trial's a holiday for a lot of people.
Are you sure Joe's gonna be all right?
Oh, yeah. I saw the wound. He's hurting some now, but he'll be all right.
The doctor and Hoss have been in there almost an hour.
They're probably tying a pretty little bow on his bandages. Or teaching Joe how to use that crutch.
Any one of them down there could be of the Slater gang.
You know something? You worry too much.
Now, you follow instructions exactly like I told you. That leg will heal a month sooner than if you put weight on it too soon.
Yeah, don't worry, Doc. I will. Much obliged.
Joe, do you feel all right?
Oh, he's fine. It's more of a burn than a break. That bullet just barely grazed the bone. Now, Joe, like I said, get lots of rest. And, no foot races.
Don't worry about it, Doc. I'll keep him down. Thanks.
Hey, thank you very much. I guess Guess this isn't going to be too bad. Here I am, practically an invalid. 3 people will wait on me hand and foot.
Take advantage of it, little brother. Once we get back to the Ponderosa, it's every man for himself.
Yeah, I know. Hey, speaking of when we get back to the Ponderosa, we made a decision. When we get back, you're going to be with us. And we're not going to take no for an answer.
I'd like that. Thank you very much for the invitation. And for saving my life.
I think that little trip will do her good after all said.
Dunkel. How's it feel?
I'll live.
We're all living.
So far.
I'm sorry about it. I'm real sorry. I just never expected anybody to hit in broad daylight. Not even Doug Slater.
Oh, what we're talking about now, Sheriff, is what are we going to do about the next time?
You do agree there will be a next time.
I've deputized another half a dozen men. I've got a way to get you from here to the courthouse. If he wants to get you this time, he'll need an army.
For a little while there, I thought he already had one.
We'll be ready. How's Valerie holding up?
Well, much better than expected, to be frank with you. She'll be fine.
Well, I got one piece of good news. I got a telegram from Judge Wheeler. He should be here by noon tomorrow.
Does that mean we can get down to business, or we're going to have a lot of lawyer palaver?
Judge Wheeler doesn't waste time. That trial will start tomorrow. Meantime, just hang on.
We'll do that, Sheriff.
Well, only 24 more hours. I might even beat this game.
Yeah, why don't you deal us all in? I got a feeling it's going to be the longest 24 hours we've ever had.
Told you they'd mess it up.
You could have done better.
You know it.
Any of those witnesses get a good look at you at Haskell's?
Not a chance. One man, Doug. One gun. One's enough, if it's a good man holding it.
Get moving.
I get 3 whole shares. 3.
Well, you got him. Move.
I'll play these.
What do you mean you'll play those? You're always playing a pat hand. Hold it. Stop right there.
Supper for witnesses.
We can see that. Take the tray. Turn around. All right, give it back.
Hold it, hold it. Who's there?
Jensen, your supper's here. He's clean, Mr. Cartwright.
Smells like fried chicken.
That's what it is. Hot biscuits, too.
Hey.
Boozer dropped in.
But I searched him.
He had it on the tray. Get him out of here.
Val, why don't you go on over to your room? Slater bunch really means business. Be glad when this is over.
The trial hadn't even started yet.
Folks, let's go. Walk behind this lead wagon. Okay, let's move out.
No guns in the courtroom. You gents leave them all here.
That's right. Judge Wheeler's orders. No sidearms except mine.
All rise. Circuit Court's now in session. The Honorable Judge Horace Wheeler presiding.
Be seated. At the first sign of any disturbance, I will order this courtroom cleared. If the prosecution is ready.
Ready, Your Honor. So Doug Slater dropped his brother. What happened then?
Billy Slater ran back through the barn. Went into Mr. Haskell's office. When I got to the back door, I heard a shot. I kicked the door open, and I saw Billy Slater fire at Mr. Haskell again.
Who else was in the office besides you, Slater, and Mr. Haskell?
Miss Townsend.
Just compose yourself, Miss Townsend. Take as much time as you like.
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
It's quite understandable, the loss of an old friend. But all we need to know is what you saw that afternoon.
Well, I was surprised. I was frightened. Everything just...
Miss Townsend, did you see Billy Slater come into the office where you were working?
Yes.
Did he have a gun in his hand?
I don't know. I can't say.
after Billy Slater came in, did you see Mr. Haskell get shot?
I don't know. Well, no, I didn't see him. I was so frightened, I kept my eyes closed.
Did you see Billy Slater shoot Matt Haskell?
No, I really didn't.
Miss Townsend, you've told this court that you were present when Matt Haskell was killed.
Well, yes, but I was so frightened that I didn't look. I heard the shots, but I didn't see anything.
That's all, Miss Townsend.
But if you do decide that the evidence here presented does prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Billy Slater, shot and killed Mr. Haskell, then you must return a verdict of guilty of murder. The jury will retire in the custody of the bailiff. This court is now in recess.
Hope I didn't scare you.
No, it's all right.
Couldn't sleep, huh?
No.
Me neither. You know, I can't figure out about my brother Hoss. He sleeps through anything. Once he gets to snoring, there's no way for anybody else to doze off.
You know, I really didn't do very well when I was testifying this morning.
No, you did fine. Everybody was nervous.
No, but actually I couldn't remember. I don't think I really saw anything.
It's all going to be over pretty soon, maybe tomorrow.
Do you think so?
I don't see any reason why not.
You want to see him hang, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw him kill Mr. Haskell in cold blood, pump 2 shots in him. I want to see him hang.
Nobody's thinking about Billy Slater.
What did he think about Mr. Haskell?
He was afraid. Mr. Haskell went for his gun.
Yeah, well, it's funny you didn't think of those things at the trial.
All any of you are thinking about is seeing him hang.
Yeah, right now, that's what I think about Billy Slater. I think about that and the innocent people that have been killed. I think about his brother and where he is now and what he's going to do next.
There was $40,000 in that safe. Enough to buy a poor man anything he wanted. Land, a roof over his head. You wouldn't know about that, would you? Your father owns the biggest ranch in Nevada. I'll bet you never wanted anything you didn't have.
Well, everybody wants things they don't have, but they don't kill innocent people to get them.
I'll bet you never had to fight for anything in your life.
Everybody fights for the things they want. Val, there's a big difference between fighting and killing.
You don't know how lucky you are.
Get away from the window. I told you to get away from the window. Oh, get down.
You all right?
I want you to stay down.
What's going on? Open up.
Shot through the window.
You all right?
Who is it?
Jensen.
Came from outside. Nobody hurt.
Check outside.
They won't give up, will they?
No. Doesn't make any difference whether they hit anybody or not. By tomorrow, every man on that jury is going to know what happened. They're going to start wondering whether they ought to find Billy Slater guilty or not.
All rise. Circuit Court's now in session. Judge Horace Wheeler presiding.
You may be seated. Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Return the juryman to the box.
Everybody freeze. Anybody moves without being told, the judge is a dead man. You, Sheriff, with your hands up, come here.
Now take them off, Sheriff.
No matter what you do to me or to anyone else here, you'll answer to the law for this.
Shut up. Now, come on.
On your feet, Cartwright, you're coming too. Don't try it, big man, or he gets it right here. Come on. You too, come on.
Come on, stay here, folks. A lot of innocent people will get killed.
All right, back off or I drop the judge.
What'd I tell you, Cartwright? I told your brother Doug would have me out of jail.
Come on.
They're just walking up the street.
Better let them go. If you don't, they'll kill the hostages.
Go ahead, shoot. Kill yourself a judge.
Scared blue. Everybody in this town is scared to breathe. You ain't scared, are you, Val? You just stick close to me, you won't get hurt. Didn't know she was my girl, did you, Cartwright? Didn't know she was in on the robbery. Signal us with a curtain from Haskell's window to tell us when to come into the store.
That's why up in the room they didn't shoot at your shadow on the blind.
Yeah, that's right, Cartwright. We took real good care of her.
Come on. Let's get to the horses.
There's got to be a back way out of here.
Let's find it.
Get Limpy here up on a horse. Cartwright, you're gonna pay for that bullet in my arm. Cover him, you're riding with me.
Why'd you help him, Val? So you'd have that ranch you were talking about for the two of you?
Yes, because I know what it's like to want just a little of what others have.
Hurry it up.
Oh, you're never gonna have that ranch. Just more killing.
Tell him, Billy, we're gonna have a ranch.
Don't hold your breath.
But you promised.
Yeah, I promise a lot of things. Like, there wouldn't be any killing. Now, come on!
I'm not going. Not until you promise.
Suit yourself.
Billy, you're not gonna hurt anyone ever again. I'm sorry.
Don't you worry. We'll get you a doctor.
I'm scared. Please, hold my hand.
I can get in a wagon by myself.
Well, I'm sure you can, but I ain't got nothing else to do. Well, Sheriff, thank you for the use of the buckboard. We'll see that you get it back.
No hurry.
Hey, you about ready to go?
Me? I've been ready to go ever since we came into this town.
We better get on the way. It's a long way home.
It sure is, and a lot of folks don't get there.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Frank Cole, isn't that right?
That's right, Ben.
Sure. Haven't seen you in a couple of years.
Yeah, about that. Ben, this is Henry Trask, my top wrangler. Henry, Ben Cartwright.
Trask?
Heard about you, Cartwright. Understand you're a pretty big man in these parts.
A lot bigger than you know, Henry. Big enough to have the Army calling on him when they need horses?
Word sure gets around in these parts. Is that what brought you into town from the hills?
Well, unless you figure you got a monopoly.
Oh, Frank, you know better than that. Army buys good horses wherever it can find them.
And I've got some good ones. Oh, I hear the brass is coming in on the noon stage. Is that right?
You sure hear correctly, Frank. Yes, Major Dawson's coming in on the noon stage. He'll be staying with me if you want to see him.
Oh, Ben, you don't miss a trick, do you?
Oh, here she comes now, right on time.
Major, good to see you.
Good to see you, Ben. It's my daughter, Dana. I wrote her she'd be coming with me.
Well, it's a pleasure to see you. I hope your stay with us is very pleasant.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm Frank Cole, Major. I understand that you're here to buy some horses. I got some to sell.
Well, Mr. Cole, I'm running rather a tight schedule. I hadn't planned on making 2 stops. But perhaps next trip.
I doubt that Ben wants to hog all the business. I don't reckon he'd mind if I brought my string out to his place to show you.
I don't mind, Major. Of course not.
Well, fine. I'll be looking at a stock in the morning.
I'll be there.
Better get along. Hop Sing is holding lunch.
Frank? Come looking for you. I want my back pay. I earned it.
I gave you orders to help Billings and Evers with the Remuda.
I told you I was quitting. I told you last night, but you didn't listen.
Trask, he likes pretty things. Give him a $20 gold piece. Pick it up, Trask. Pick it up!
What you wanted, you play, you got it. Don't come weaseling back to me when you run out. There's no place in my outfit for a man who won't stand up and fight for his rights.
He isn't much of a man, is he?
Sing, that was an excellent breakfast. My mess sergeant could take a few lessons from you.
And so could I.
That's nice of you to say that. Sometimes we take Hop Sing's cooking talents for granted.
You like breakfast? You wait until you eat dinner.
He makes good coffee.
Morning, Miss Dawson. Major? Oh, I got all them horses rounded up. You want to show the major they're down the South Corral, and I got the surrey all ready to go.
Oh, good. Thank you, Hoss. Major, shall we have a look at those horses?
That's what I'm here for. The sooner the better, Ben.
I'd like to go, too, if I may.
Sure, come along.
Traveling with me, she's become quite an expert.
Oh, she has she? Miss Dawson, have you also become as expert at bargaining as your father is?
He don't mean that, Miss Dawson. He's just Josh. Ain't nothing he likes better than a good horse trade.
Let's go.
Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright, could I talk to you a minute?
Yes?
You probably don't remember me, Mr. Cartwright. You saw me working horses once, 2 years ago.
Yes, I remember. You did a good job. I've seen you since then, though. I saw you yesterday in Virginia City, didn't I?
I'm sorry I bothered you, sir.
Wait a minute now. You haven't told me what you wanted.
Well, you saw me in town yesterday.
Huh?
And you saw me eating crow. Don't rightly figure you'd be hiring a man that backs down like I did.
Well, usually a man backs down. There's a reason for it.
You saw it like it was, sir.
I'm a bit short-handed. Most of my men are off on a cattle drive with my youngest son. I could give you a trial.
Mr. Cartwright, how about yesterday?
Young fella, I'm just interested in the way you handle horses. Now, you want a job, you get down to the South Corral.
Yes, sir.
Good head, Ben.
Yes, he's a good one.
A little delicate, though.
Did you say delicate?
I doubt if we'd hold up a long patrol.
Yeah, well, you may be right, Major. I'll see that he's sent back to the herd.
Oh, well, now, wait a minute, Ben. There's no use rushing things. I might consider him if the price is right.
Well, Major, you know, I've always considered you a very good judge of horseflesh, and you sure know what you want. Now, sir, I'd hate to see a sensitive horse like this overworked. I'll see that he's withdrawn.
I'll take him.
Well, Major, I just might sell him to you if the price is right.
Oh. This new hand over here.
Yeah?
Think he can handle that sorrel?
Yeah, I think so. What's his name?
Mark.
Mark?
Yes, sir.
That sorrel's new to the saddle. He's got a mind of his own. Watch him.
I can handle him, sir.
Fine animal, Ben. I'll take him.
Yes, I thought you might like him, Major.
Well, I sort of had my doubts about that young man, but he's good.
Maybe it's just because the sorrel isn't giving him any trouble.
The way he's handling that horse, man, seemed to me like he could face up to trouble.
Didn't face up to trouble yesterday.
Good work, Mark. Cut him in with the rest. Major, we've got two fellas bringing another string from the river range. We can show those after lunch.
You keep driving the same bargain, you'll bankrupt the Army.
Now, Major, don't worry. Paul won't take that uniform off on you before you get back to San Francisco. He might get some of them brass buttons, so.
That's Frank Cole with his string of horses. Better see that one. Frank, you know Major Dawson here?
Major, I can't entertain you to a fine ranch like Ben's, but my stock's just as good.
I'd say they're drawing a little fine.
Well, we've driven them down from the mountains. Had to push them a little hard to get them here. A little grain, they'll fill out. I'll start working them for you.
No, Mr. Cole. We'd both be wasting our time. They're not up to my standards.
I kind of thought that's the way things might be. Nobody gets Army business but you. That right, Ben?
Now, Frank, I know you've had a rough time driving these horses down so the Major could see them. I'll overlook that remark. Major, what about that black horse? Looks pretty good.
Ben's right. I'd like to see him work.
Well, we only caught him a little while ago. He's not exactly full broke yet.
It's all right. I'll consider that when I watch him work.
All right, Trask, you heard the man.
Dolly, slap a saddle on this black horse. Hurry it up.
What's he doing here?
He's here because I hired him. Why? Does it trouble you, him being here?
No skin off my teeth.
He's ready, Frank.
All right. Ooh, now. Whoop. Whoop. Ooh, now. Whoop. 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 Whoop.
Frank, this horse isn't ready, and you know it.
All I know is you don't work for me no more. You try that again, I'll break you in two.
All right, that'll be enough. Nobody uses a whip on an animal around here.
That ain't the way I see it.
I don't care how you see it. Don't use a whip on an animal on the Ponderosa.
You still interested in that stallion, Major?
Not the way he is now.
Well, suppose he was saddle broke.
Then the Army paid top dollar for him. But from the looks of him, you won't have time before I leave.
You just let me worry about that. Let's go.
His answer for everything. Man or animal, if it don't knuckle under to him, he beats it until it does.
Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
Full moon tonight.
Yes.
Oh, it's so quiet. It's so nice to come out on a night like this and think back on the day. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be intruding on your thoughts this way.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Cartwright, I was thinking about you.
Oh?
And the young man you hired today. I was wondering why you hired him, knowing he was a coward.
Well, I don't know he's a coward.
But didn't you see him refuse to fight for what was rightfully his?
Miss Dawson, I hope you don't mind me asking you this, but why does it trouble you so much that I've hired this young fellow?
Because I know him.
You know him?
Well, someone like him. Someone I've been trying to blot out of my memory. He looked like Mark. And he was a coward like he is. An Army officer who, in the middle of battle, ran and killing himself and 6 of his men. And that coward was my husband. Now, do you understand, Mr. Cartwright?
Yes, I do understand. Miss Dawson, there's something else that I think you might try to understand. And that is that in every man, there's some cowardice. And in every man, there's some bravery, too. You know, when I was a little fella, someone gave me a little dog, or a mutt, a cute little fellow. And he looked funny because one side of him, the other side was all black. The other side was all white. And if you looked at him from one side, you'd say, oh, there goes Ben's black dog. And if you looked at him from the other side, you'd say, oh, there goes Ben's white dog. You know what? Inside, he was just plain dog.
I don't believe you ever really had a dog like that.
Don't you?
But thanks for trying. But nothing you can say can make me change my mind about that man. Good night.
Everything all right?
Yeah.
I just noticed a lantern burning out there in the barn from my bedroom window. I thought I'd go out and check on it.
Oh, yeah, one of the hands must have left it. See you in the morning.
Good night, Paul. What are you up to, buddy?
Oh, howdy, Hoss.
Supposed to be in the bunkhouse for this time of night.
Guess I should have asked, but look at here.
I'll be damned burned.
Found him in a varmint trap out by the corral.
Ain't he a cute little sucker?
It's got a busted leg, but I sort of fixed it up.
Rascal bit me.
I should have warned you. He's wild.
How come he don't bite you?
Folks say I got sort of a way with animals.
Yeah, I noticed that today when you was riding that big sorrel. You gonna be all right?
Sure. He's good as new in a week. Here you go, fella.
So I've seen some regular professional doctors that didn't have a touch with animals like you got.
It's sort of been my dream, Hoss. Be a veterinarian. Now, at schooling takes a powerful lot of money. Sure can't save much on what you make chasing wild horses in the hill country.
No. Let me ask you something, Mark. How come a young fella like you with as much compassion and love for the animals as you've got, how come you to get tangled up with a fella like Frank Cole, anyhow?
I thought you knew. Thinking on it, guess there's no reason why you should have. Frank wouldn't have told you. Being ashamed of me like he is.
Ashamed of you? For what? For not beating a scared horse?
A lot more than that, Hoss. For not living up to what he thinks I ought to be. Hard like he is. He's my brother, Hoss. Howdy, ma'am. I reckon we ain't never been properly introduced.
No, we haven't.
I'm Mark Cole.
Cole? Isn't that the name of the man that owns the Black Horse?
Yes, ma'am, he's my brother. We ain't much alike.
Yes, I noticed that.
I thought Hop Sing might have some scraps for this little fella.
Oh,
easy boy.
He's darling, a pet raccoon. Always been hurt.
Easy, ma'am. He's wild.
Oh, nonsense.
You're soft and gentle, ma'am. Animals know these things.
Yes, they do.
He look like Chinese robber baron.
Well, I thought you might have some food for him. If it's all right with Mr. Cartwright.
No need ask Mr. Cartwright. Hop Sing in charge of food department. Besides, Mr. Cartwright not here. He and Major Dawson out looking at more horses. You come with me. We fix fine meal for a little bandit. Come.
They'll take these horses, will you? Thanks, Bill.
Percherons for everything you claim, Ben. Excellent for Army draft horses.
Good. Well, that's about it then, Major. 26 saddle horses, 4 unbroken yearlings, 2 foals, and 6 Percherons. That brings the total to...
I know what the total is. And Haas, you were wrong. He's not letting me keep my buttons.
Well, as soon as little Joe gets back, we'll drive the horses to Port Baxter for you. Oh, Dawson, let me ask you, what happened to your thumb?
Paul, you wouldn't believe it if I told you.
That stallion you're interested in, Major, I'll have him ready to work soon. Real soon.
I'm afraid there won't be time, Mr. Cole. My daughter and I are leaving on the noon stage tomorrow.
I said real soon. Like, tomorrow morning?
Oh, wait a minute, Cole. It's impossible. You can't gentle a horse like that overnight.
My business is with the Major. Look, if you're ready, I tell you. I've got my methods.
Yes, I saw your methods yesterday, Mr. Cole. I don't buy animals with whip marks on them.
Then we're in agreement. There won't be a mark on him. In the morning.
Well, if you'll join me, Ben, I'll draw up your contract and pay warrant.
Brother of yours is sure been on selling that horse, ain't he, Mark?
Business ain't been too good.
Yeah. Well, he's sure got his work cut out for him if he's figuring on taming that horse by morning.
Tame him? Tear the heart right out of him. Crush and twist his spirit till there ain't nothing left. But he'll never tame that stallion. He's run free too long. He'll die first. I know. I've worked him. He's just getting to know me.
Well, Mark, there's just some things a fella can't do nothing about.
This sorrel's still a mite skittish, Hoss. It might be wise if I gave him some more saddle time.
Whatever you like. But it's getting kind of late. See you.
How's he doing there?
The way I got him fixed, he can't do anything but stand there and quiver.
Yeah, but he's not like the others you've been working on. He's sort of, I don't know, he's different. Maybe I ought to give him some water.
He gets nothing. He's learning his lesson the hard way, but he asked for it. I told that army brass he'd be ready in the morning, and he'll be ready. A rough way.
Check it out.
Oh, Frank. Henry. That's nothing.
Just take it easy, fella. Everything's gonna be all right.
What's the matter with him?
Trussed up so he couldn't rest. No water, no food. But mainly, well, Just seems to have lost the will to live.
And after having almost killed the animal, your brother brings him back to you to save. Is that it?
Not quite, ma'am. Frank don't know nothing about it. I stole him. There's a blanket over there. Hand it to me. Easy, fella. You don't think I should have stolen him, huh?
Well, that's not for me to judge. Maybe you did right if that's the only way to save him.
Ain't sure I can save him. A horse like this is proud, man. Pride he was born with. And run with till my brother caught him. Frank's real good at squeezing pride like that. Only this time he went too far.
You and your brother, you're not much alike, are you?
The way you said that, sounds like you don't see much good in either of us.
Maybe it's because I don't see the good in being too hard or too soft.
Oh, I think you gentled that word a mite, ma'am. I think you meant coward.
Well, you said it. I didn't. But I don't think it's fair of you to bring the horse here where it's likely to cause trouble for Mr. Cartwright.
I had no other place to bring him. As for Mr. Cartwright, I'm going to tell him now.
No need, Mark. That's your brother's horse. Oh, boy, steady. What happened to him?
He was trussed up. No food, no water. Broke his spirit.
Easy. Frank was right, wasn't he? You don't need a whip to break a horse fast. It's just plain brutal.
Well, Frank, don't look at it that way, Mr. Cartwright. He's rough and brutal, I'll not argue that. But it's the only thing he knows. He feels he's got to be that way to survive.
He's your brother. You can depend on him any way you want to, but there's no defense against treating an animal this way.
I hate it as much as you do.
Can we save him?
I'd like to try. But I'll have to keep him here, if you'll allow it.
I said we, didn't I?
Get out of the way, Ben. Look, I said get out of the way. I know he's in there, and I intend to have him.
What are you talking about, Frank? You intend to have who? What?
If you want me, I'll go. But the horse stays here.
You're letting this little horse thief tell you what to do, Cartwright.
If you're asking me if I'm agreeing with him, yes. You move that horse out of there, it's as good as murdering him. You've already come close enough to that.
He's my property, and I'll decide what to do with him. Now, if you lead him out here, I'll forget what you did. Chalk it up to the weakness in you.
No.
A man's got a right to take what's his own, especially when it's been stolen.
Now, Frank, Mark here's not denying the horse belongs to you. He's yours. I think what he's asking for is a little more time to bring him around if he can.
You're stalling, Ben. The horse ain't that bad off. I want him, and I want him now.
I'll buy the horse. What do you want for him?
You got him crawling, Frank.
What's your price?
Nobody buys me off, Ben. He's not for sale anymore.
Too much talk.
No! No! Now, we'll do this legal. Right down the line legal. There are laws against them that steals horses, and there's laws against them that harbor horse thieves.
Maybe there ought to be laws against them that torture horses, too.
That's just an opinion. Your opinion, Cartwright.
That's right.
Well, I'll be back in the morning with law that ain't just opinion. I tried with you, boy. I tried to put iron in your backbone, but you're soft clean through. Yeah, now I wash my hands of you.
How's he? Well, he's breathing a lot easier. First the raccoon, and now this horse. Well, Mark's got a real gift in those hands, Paul. A real gift.
Yeah. He'll be on his feet by morning. Mr. Cartwright, do we have to give him back to my brother? He still needs a lot of care.
Well, I don't think we have much choice in the matter, Mark. Law's on his side.
Maybe he's just bluffing, Paul. Maybe he won't be back.
He'll be back. Well, morning's still a long way off. Let's get some sleep.
I'll stay here just in case.
If you need any help, you know where to find us.
Thank you. Bye.
I was just bringing you some coffee, Hoss.
Well, that was a nice thought, Miss Dawson. Thank you anyhow. I'm going to go to bed, I think.
Yeah, oh, the horse is going to be all right.
Oh, I'm glad.
Ben, I think Mark might like some of that coffee. He's staying in the barn. Yeah, it was Mark who brought that horse around. He's worked terribly hard. Major, I'd sure like to drive into town myself, but I'm expecting those visitors, as you know.
Yes, I know. Dana told me. Ben, I do hope Frank Hole isn't going to give you too much trouble.
No, it'll be all right.
Well, we still have plenty of time before we have to catch a stage, so I think I'll go see how the horse is this morning.
Don't be too long.
I won't.
You okay, fella? Let's go.
He's better,
Yes, ma'am.
but not well enough to give back to your brother.
No, ma'am. Don't reckon he is.
But you'll give him back, and he'll do it all over again, and this time there's nothing you can do to stop it. Look, I'm sorry. It's just that I knew a man like you once.
As easy as that, man. Well, maybe you're right about me. But who did you know like Frank Cole? Did you know a man who raised his little brother when their parents died? When he wasn't much more than a kid himself?
But how did he do it? By trying to break you like he did this horse?
Yes, ma'am. He tried. Because he thought it was best. But he did other things, too. Like one winter in the mountains. We were tracking a wild herd. There was a blizzard, and my horse fell on me. Broke my leg. Any other man would have left me to die. And I wouldn't have faulted him for it. But Frank stayed. He set my leg, gave me his food and the clothes off his back. Almost died himself. Did you know a man like that, Miss Dawson? I did. He's my brother.
I have to go. It's your brother, and he's got the deputy.
I figured it might be.
Well, don't go out there. You'll be arrested. You can still run.
I thought you didn't like men who run away from trouble.
Morning, Ben. Hoss.
Good morning, Clem.
I don't quite know how to start this, Ben.
Why don't you just say it the way it is?
I got a warrant sworn out by Frank here for the arrest of one Mark Cole, in charge of stealing a horse. Got another warrant. Claims you aided and abetted in stealing the horse, Ben. Now, is that right?
That's exactly right, Clem. And at my trial, I'm going to ask why a man like Frank Cole there has the right to torture and destroy an animal just because it happens to belong to him. I claim no one has that right. And if I have to go to jail to prove it, I'll be happy to do that, too.
Where's the horse?
Right here, Deputy.
That the animal?
That's him.
This ain't a regular case of horse stealing, Frank. You've got your property back. Now, I'll go through with these arrests if you want, but my advice, for what it's worth, is to not push it. It's up to you.
Like you say, Clem, I do have my property back. I'll settle for that.
Good. I think I'll ride back before somebody changes his mind.
Get the horse.
Frank? He's your property. Why don't you come get him? If you want him, you've got to go through me to get him.
Is this the way you want it?
No. It just has to be this way. I'll make it easy for you.
Boy, I gotta stop this.
I'll leave him be. It's taken Mark a long time to get this far.
Come on, stop it, Mark. What are you trying to prove?
You don't know now. You never will.
Mark, I don't want to hit you anymore. I can't.
You're gonna have to, Frank. You're gonna have to keep me down. Come on, finish it. You could be gentle, boy. In time. But it wouldn't be right. You go on now. Going back to your hills. Go on, fella.
Frank, I'm sorry this happened. In a way. In another way, I'm glad it did. And I think you will be, too, when you've had a chance to think about it a bit.
Mark, you look like a herd of buffaloes used you for a parade ground. Come on, let's get some medicine on you.
Dana, we must leave now or we'll miss that stage.
Father, couldn't we stay over until tomorrow?
You're welcome to stay, Major. You know that.
Well, perhaps I could find an official reason for delaying our trip for one day.
If you need an official reason just to stay over, I got me a bunch of geldings over in the East Range that you've got to see before you leave. Come on. All right, Major. There's your total, and I still say you outsmarted me.
I don't know, Ben. Seems I paid too much for them.
Major, you got yourself a wonderful bunch of horses. Isn't that right, Mark?
They're mighty fine horses, sir.
There you are, and that's the word of an expert.
I'm no expert.
Oh, Mark, I think you're entirely too modest. You know animals better than any man I ever saw.
Mark, have you ever thought about a career in the Army?
I'm afraid I wouldn't be too keen on soldiering, sir.
I was suggesting a career as an Army veterinarian. Army has a great school in the Presidio in San Francisco. Incidentally, not far from Dana's and my quarters.
Wouldn't you like that, Mark?
Hey, Mark, this is what you always wanted, buddy.
It sure is.
Well, then it's all settled.
你個馬騮仔你話真係啊，真係呢次偷睇啲嘢你食，你估我成日喺度做工做俾你忙 ？Eat all the food. Oh, damn! Burn it! Oh, son of a gun!
Well, at least now you know what happened to the other thumb.
See that?
Yeah, I see it.
Somebody's signaling.
Cavalry uses polysteel. Hired use mirrors.
Well, if it's the cavalry, it looks like they just ride down here and check on us, don't it?
I think we better change plans. Coldest Corner is only about 4 or 5 hours ride from here. It's out of our way, but they got a telegraph wire. We can find out if anything's going on. Howdy. What's been happening around here?
Hey, Paul. What's going on around here, anyhow?
Paiute arrow. On the warpath again.
All of a sudden, we're a long way from home. A long way.
Three dead. An old man, a woman, a little boy. We got 3 graves to dig, Paul.
We got 5 graves to dig. 2 more in there, shot and scalped.
I'll be able to find some shovels in the hardware store and some blankets in the hotel.
Graveyard's right down the street. Sooner we get started.
I'll take a look.
We'll all take a look.
Took you long enough to get here.
You heard us right in?
I heard you.
Why the wait?
Some Paiute speak English pretty well. I had to know who was out there. It took a while before one of you came into sight.
How are Illinois then? Why don't you just shout out to us?
Mister, you spend 4 days without water. You haven't got much voice for shouting.
4 days?
Paiute busted this town just after first light 4 days ago.
How come you're still here now?
I was under the bunk. The blanket pulled down.
There'll be some keys out there in that mess in the office.
Telegraph said the war parties were headed this way. Most folks started forting up, getting ready to fight, and the telegraph went dead. Cut wire, I guess. Everybody spooked. Most of them headed for the hills, hide there. Even the sheriff took off at the last minute.
Tall man, gray hair, white shirt, black vest. Yeah. We found him in the stable, dead.
Been cussing that man for 4 days. Well, I couldn't see what happened to the folks who stayed. But I could hear it.
I'm beginning to think one of those braves is wearing those keys for a trophy or something.
Yeah.
Hey, there they are.
I found something, too. Take a look at this.
That should be enough or you'll make yourself sick. Now, come on.
Oh, that's good. That's got to be the best there ever was. You know, there's something else I heard. 4 days and nights in this sweat box. I heard water splashing in that fountain. If you want to drive somebody crazy, that's the way to do it.
What'd you say your name was?
I didn't say. Nobody asked.
Oh, my name's Ben Cartwright. This is Candy. My son's Joe and Hoss.
Candy? What's your blinds for the water?
Driving some horses through a vine trip in Utah.
Cartwright. I've heard that name. You got a big spread up Virginia City way. I'm glad to hear you got horses. I was wondering what I was going to ride when you let me out.
Hey, well, in the meantime, what about the name?
You're persistent, cuss, ain't you? My name's Kelly, Mike Kelly. I got tossed in here for tearing up that saloon.
You know, I must say, Mr. Kelly, you look wonderful for a man 72 years old.
72?
Yeah, right here in the ledger. Mike Kelly, age 72, weight 130 pounds, charge common drunk.
Gained a little weight, Mike.
Yeah, for a man that hadn't had any food or water for 4 days, I'd say that's a pretty good trick.
Well, maybe this makes a little more sense. Josh Tanner, age 30-some, weight 180.
Charge first-degree murder.
Yeah.
Too bad you found that book. Kind of put you in the middle, doesn't it, Mr. Cartwright?
You can't stay here. Can't leave you here to starve to death or die of thirst. We could use another drover.
You take me along, you turn me over to the law when you get home? If you get home? Suppose I say no.
It's up to you. It's your choice.
You're real hard-nosed, ain't he?
When he has to be.
You related?
No, I work for him when there's nothing better to do. He's fair and honest. He won't ask you to do anything he wouldn't do himself.
Honest, huh? The honest ones that get me in trouble.
Well, like you said, it's your choice. That's a big country out there. It's Paiute country now. A man on foot wouldn't have a prayer.
Cartwright, you got yourself a hand. For starters, I'll take that shovel.
No, for starters, you'll get yourself something to eat. 4 days without food, you're no good to us. Find yourself something to eat and then spill off Joe up there.
I'll get some grub and eat up there. This headstone might interest you. Murder. In Coulter Corners, that's what they call it when a Coulter gets shot. Even if it's a fair fight, and he draws first.
I'd have bet a month's pay the Paiutes didn't leave one gun, let alone two.
They're holdout guns, in case of trouble in the saloon. Old Pete kept them on a shelf up under the bar. The Paiutes were so busy grabbing whiskey, they didn't think to look.
So how come you remember they were there?
The last time I saw this scatter gun, it was aimed at my head.
Field glasses, compass, and cap. That colonel must have kept one of everything in the army, I reckon.
Well, add 20 buttons to that list.
Yes, sir.
How you making out?
All this stuff's ready to go, Jim.
Good enough.
Fair and honest, huh? Looks to me like they're cleaning house.
I got a saddle, a bridle, and a blanket, and these saddlebags from the livery stable. Come on. Tanner got a shotgun, a .45, and a bottle of whiskey at a saloon.
Better add that to the list. Fetch an IOU. I got 12 shotgun shells and half a box of 45s.
Well, as soon as we finish here, we'll ride out, huh?
Fair and honest.
And a waste. Everything in this town is owned by somebody out in that graveyard.
Out here, give me a hand.
You'll be all right. You'll be all right. You don't know me, ma'am, but we're going to take care of you. You're safe now. Didn't know I'd be needing this so quick.
Mr. Staley's dead. The Indians.
You know her, Tanner?
I saw her around town for the last month or so. I think she was passing through from somewhere back east. Mr. Cartwright, unless you don't mind leaving her behind, I guess we won't be riding out.
And within 2 hours, everyone, the whole town was running for their lives. They were loading up wagons, buggies. Everyone had a different idea which direction to go. I don't have any family here. I have a horse. But Mr. Staley was kind enough to take me in his buckboard. He thought we could make it to Lathrop. But It's just that I don't feel I'll ever be a pioneer woman. And I hate to admit it. I'm afraid.
Ma'am, let me tell you something. You women call it being afraid. We men call it being cautious. It's just about the same thing.
How's it going?
Well, I think these horses would feel a lot better if we let them run free.
Yeah, man, they would at that, but Paul wants them led. That's the way it's going to be.
He's the boss. They're his horses. They're good stallions. Fine as I ever saw. You know, if the Paiute knew there were animals like this around, they'd come howling over that hill 150 strong.
You seem to know them pretty well.
I had a little horse ranch of my own till they came howling out of the sunrise one morning.
You all right, ma'am? You need some water or anything?
No, I'm fine, thanks.
We better get them moving. Come on, come on. Get up.
Joe, you all right? Are you all right?
Yeah.
Any more around like that one?
Boyd, I didn't get a chance to look. I think it was just a scout.
Oh, there's another one. Right up there.
Build lots of fires.
Only 4.
I was beginning to think you were inviting a Paiute to supper.
What changed your mind?
The way you lit the fires after sunset.
When it's too dark to see the smoke and still too light to see the flames. It's a smart trick.
How are the stallions?
Well, they're bedded down, resting easy. I see what you got in mind. If the Paiute come onto our track, they'll think we're a column of cavalry. They find this camp with 4 cold fires, bits and pieces of soldiers' gear sticking out of the grass. They'll be sure of it.
I hope so.
They may find out pretty quick. Hoss told me he thought he saw a flash just before sunset. North of us this time. You ought to be sleeping.
Doesn't matter. We're safe. We're together.
Mary, you know how I feel about you. But we can't have the whole world know.
They don't suspect a thing.
We're headed straight for Virginia City. Your husband is there, waiting.
I don't care. If I never show up, Paul will think it was the Indians.
Either we make it to Virginia City or we don't make it anywhere.
But we could leave them somewhere along the way.
I've got Cartwright pegged. He has an obligation to turn me in, and he will.
But you didn't kill Billy Coulter. He drew first. He walked into my room with a gun in his hand.
But who knows that? Except you and me.
Then I've got to tell them.
I told you to keep quiet at the inquest, and you did. You're going to have to do the same thing now.
I can't, Josh. They'll hang you.
What about you? Your whole life will be ruined.
My life is ruined if I'm not with you. You never knew Paul, Josh. But it was over before I met you. He's a fine man. And I admire him. But I don't love him.
But don't say it. Just keep quiet. Promise.
A liar's promise.
A lady's promise.
I promise.
Anything?
No.
Couldn't sleep. Nerves, I suppose.
I was just telling Mrs. Burns how the Paiute, in fact, most Indians, won't raid at night.
Yes, I've heard that. But I don't think I believe it.
No, it's true, all right. It's part of their religion. They believe that if a warrior is killed during the night, his spirit is lost and wanders forever looking for his happy hunting ground.
Well, I think you ought to try to sleep, Mrs. Burns.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Well, we'd best be ready to move out at dawn.
trying to keep up, but I'm so tired. Can't we rest for a little?
Not if you want to keep that pretty hair of yours. We've got to keep moving. Here we go. Just like that, huh? You just let him grab her and ride off. Didn't even go after her. Well, that figures. You had to save your expensive stallions.
You got a good-sized gash in the back of your head. Cleaned it best I could.
Thank you for that.
Your gun's on the ground right behind you. Next to your hat.
There, we got them all. You dropped some.
Oh, that Mrs. Burns. She rode with us. She was sick, scared. She never whimpered. If you're not interested, I'm going after her.
Tanner, I'll go with you.
Nobody's going anywhere. Even if you were lucky enough to catch up with them before they got to the main camp, they'd still kill her before you could do a thing about it.
You know the Paiute Cartwright. You know what they'll do to her.
Yes.
And when they're through with her, they'll sell her to the Comancheros. Look, you don't own me. I'm going after her.
You're staying right where you are.
You don't need me. One man more or less won't make any difference.
You listen to me. You listen good. The Paiute aren't going to do anything till they boast and brag and work themselves up to it. And there's one place they're not going to be looking for us. And that's right in their own camp.
We're all going?
Yeah, all of us.
Edge of the lake here. Got a rope corral right in here. Teepees set in here. When we were in luck, it's not the main camp, just a raiding party. Can't be more than 25, 30 Indians. I noticed a guard in front of this end teepee. I figure that's where they got Mrs. Burns.
Well, Head-on attack won't work. Miss Burns will be the first one killed.
Paul, those Paiute mares in that corral. If they could see or smell our stallions, they'd run with them, if they could get out of that corral.
It's a pretty solid rope corral. Somebody have to get in there and cut it.
The wind's toward the lake. We could time it right to the minute.
Is there any ground cover there at all?
Yeah, there's some here. You'd have to stay pretty low.
You're thinking of that guarded teepee. That's my job. I lost the lady. I'll get her back.
It's a two-man job. You can't do it yourself.
My kind of work.
All right, that's yours. Joe, the corral's your job.
Right, Pop.
Horse in the timber. The saddle horses. Now, I'll bring 3 stallions right down here.
you up. Hold up.
Whoa. I'll take a minute or two to see about this Axel. If you want to go see the sheriff, he's right over there.
I'm in no big hurry.
Thought you might want to walk in by yourself.
I'm going to tell him everything that happened.
Mary, maybe that'll help me, and maybe it won't. But sure as shooting, it'll ruin your life.
I don't care what people say about me.
I care. Especially when the things they say are ugly. And women only whisper them. I don't want that to happen to you. The worst that can happen to me is I'll do time in prison. And I'll survive.
I'm not sure I will.
Yes, you will. You're married. Any man you'd marry, he's got to be quite a guy. You know, he's checking every stage and rider coming in, asking about you.
You're just making it worse.
Mary, look at me. You were stuck in Coulter Corners, alone and scared, fighting off Billy Coulter when I rode in. What happened then has happened before. People get over it.
Ready?
I got no choice. The law was holding you, then it's
Yes,
clear.
you do, Sheriff. It wasn't murder. It was self-defense.
Sheriff, this lady's trying to help me because she thinks she owes me something. She's going to tell you that she saw the shooting, but she didn't. She wasn't even in Coulter Corners. Thanks for the try, Mrs. Burns.
Coulter Corners. That's Lexington County, isn't it?
That's right.
A week after you and the boys left, the governor sent Judge Spear. Look into things. A lot of talk at old Colonel Coulter played fast and loose with the law. Judge had to come back, count the raids.
Hear that, Tanner?
Yes, I did.
Mary, thank God. You're safe. We're together.
You're a very lucky woman, Mrs. Burns.
Paul, these are the two men that saved my life. Mr. Cartwright, this is my husband, Paul.
Mr. Cartwright, how can I thank you?
No need.
Mr. Tanner.
Mr. Tanner, I'm very grateful. And the sheriff, I know, I'm afraid I've been a nuisance every day asking about you.
Worked out fine.
How can I ever thank you?
You've seen all the thanks I need. We're all thankful.
Mr. Tanner, thank you for everything.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns.
Thank you.
All I could do, dear, was hope. It sounded so horrible. What wonderful men to bring you through.
Yes, you'd have liked them. They were fine men.
Mr. Tanner, you're not going to be in here very long. When you get out, how about signing on with us at the Ponderosa?
Thanks. I'd best move along. Deputy, if I've got a choice, give me the cell with the best bed. I can use it.
Prettiest sight in the whole world, ain't it?
Yeah, that's what you said about that third steak you had for breakfast this morning. Hey, what's he doing?
That ain't no he. Ain't but one rider in the territory can ride like that. That's a she. It's that Laughlin young one. Reckon she's in trouble?
More than likely, knowing her, she's probably got somebody else in trouble. Hey, here's what she's after. She's got a wild one going.
Yeah. She's gonna have a deuce of a time catching him on that nag she's on. Reckon we ought to help her?
Come on, let's go.
Get your rope off my horse.
Yeah, now, wouldn't you say I was a height the brass horse, considering you happen to be on our property, dear?
It doesn't make any difference. He's wild and you know it. I started chasing him up in the hills. It ain't my fault he ran onto your property.
Are you kidding? Now, what chance do you think you would have had of getting him if Hoss and I hadn't helped you catch him?
Get your rope off or I'll cut it off. And if you give me any more trouble, I'll lop off your ears.
Joe, I believe I'd go along with her. You'd look funny without them 2 ears.
All right, simmer down. We're just kidding you. It's your horse. I gotta admit, I envy you. It's a fine-looking animal. Maybe we might be able to make a little deal on him once you get him saddle broke.
He ain't for sale to you or to anyone else. Now get your rope off.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks for your help.
Anytime, ma'am. She means she wouldn't sell the horse. She and her old man in the horse business, ain't they?
She's gonna have to sell that horse whether she wants to or not. The way her old man is.
I reckon he'd let her keep a lame cow if he got a dime for it.
Yeah, let's get home.
We make deal $10.
All right, you got to bet $10.
Hey, don't tell me he's got you betting on that Chinese lottery again.
No. I done lost enough money on that, Joe. No, we're betting on the annual stake race.
You're betting on the annual stake race?
Yeah.
That's my name. I'm in the stake race, you know, of course.
Yeah.
Well, if you're both betting on the stake race, that means one of you is betting against me.
Hop Sing bet on you last 2 years, little Joe. Both time lose shirt. This year, bet on Tommy T.
Tommy T. Well, I'm glad to see there's one member of the family who's loyal.
Yeah, well, Joe, as a matter of fact, see, I'm a little short on shirts myself, so I bet on Flasher.
Don't be too disappointed, Joe. I'll bet on you. I might even go as high as $5. Hop Sing, will you please get the food here? Promised Bill Porter I'd stop by his place this morning and see that bull he had shipped down from Oregon.
Hey, I'll go along with you. I kind of like to stop off at the Laughlin place, take a look at that horse we helped Trudy catch.
Oh, yeah. You two been talking about that horse so much, I'd like to see myself.
Hey, Hop Sing, hurry up, will you? You're slower than Tommy T.
Mr. Cartwright, come on in.
Oh, hi, Trudy. Father around?
He's out in the barn. I'll go get him.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, what do you want to see him about?
About that horse we helped you catch. We'd like to make your pa an offer on him.
Well, he ain't for sale. I told you that.
Oh, well, boys tell me that he's an awfully good horse. Animals like that are hard to come by. You should be able to get a good price for him.
He ain't for sale. The horse is mine.
Trudy.
And my pa don't know about it.
How are you, sir?
Laughlin?
Ain't often my good neighbors the Cartwrights come to call. Join me in a drink?
Thank you, sir. No, thank you. I just drove by for a moment.
Now, what can I do for you?
Well, we came by to see if you had any horses for sale, but I see your corral is empty.
Well, right now, maybe. I got big plans, Mr. Cartwright. One of these days, Trudy and me gonna catch us a whole passel of wild ones. As a matter of fact, I was just studying on where I was gonna build me a corral to hold them. I'll show you where I've been figuring on putting it. You mind? I'd appreciate your suggestions.
I guess I gotta thank you for not giving me away.
Forget it. Look, you got that horse hid out somewhere, and that's none of my business, but... You know, your pa's gonna find out about it sooner or later.
Oh, no, he won't. Not where I got him hid. I got him up at the far end of Lone Pine Canyon. Pa doesn't go up that far. You know how it's been since Ma died.
Yeah, your pa hasn't done so well lately, has he?
Ain't his fault. Got real sick after Mom died. Hasn't been able to work like he used to. See, I gotta help him, Joe. That's why I got that horse hid out. I want to keep him for breeding stock. Get a real fine horse ranch for Pa.
Trudy, you can't do it all by yourself.
Yes, I can. Catch a few wild mares. Ain't never seen a horse like my Barranca. That's what I named him.
Yeah, that's a good name.
Got him saddle broke already, and I tell you he's the fastest horse anywhere.
Maybe we'll have to wait for that ranch. You can have it right now. Look at this. It's a stake race, $1,000 prize. If Barranca's as fast as we think he is, why not enter him?
Think I could?
You got nothing to lose. Think about it. I'll see you.
Trudy.
If you'd been doing your job right, I'd have had some nags to sell them Cartwrights. Where is it?
In the wood box.
Where you going, girl?
Up in the hills to get some horses.
Well, I hope you're lucky today or something. Sure been acting funny lately. Well, you don't seem to care much that your old paw ain't got as much as the price of a jug to ease his misery.
Everything's going to be different, Pa. You just got to believe me. I know it is.
Oh, sure. There's a pot of gold and the rainbow, too, only you've been digging the wrong end.
Pa.
All right, go ahead. Only find something to sell them Cartwrights here.
I hear. And everything's going to be all right. Don't you worry. You know, Branko, we got a lot of riding to do. And you know why? Because I'm going to enter you in a race. A race that'll win us more money than I ever dreamed of having in a lifetime. $1,000. That'll buy Pa a real fine horse ranch with breeding stock and everything. Nobody'll ever look down at him again. He'll have a private pasture and a barn that doesn't leak. If there's enough money left over, I may even buy myself a store-bought dress. One with fancy buttons and frills and everything, and I'll go to this dance, and everybody will be looking at me, and I'll just dancing and whirling and round, light as a peacock feather. Hey, Branko, whoa! He ain't used to nobody except me, Pa.
I figured you was up something.
Ain't done nothing wrong.
Sure got yourself a fine animal.
Isn't he, though? I named him Bronca. Isn't he pretty?
Yeah, where'd you steal him?
I didn't steal him. Got him 3 weeks ago. Generaled him myself.
Figured on selling him yourself.
No, I wasn't going to sell him. Ben Cartwright wanted to buy him, but I wouldn't sell. Don't believe me? You can ask him.
Cartwright seen him? Give $100 for an animal like that?
Oh, no, Pa. We got to keep him. Don't you see? Branka could give us everything we've ever wanted. A fine horse ranch and everything.
Oh, you and your dreams. You must be touched in the head if you think that one horse is going to give us everything we want. If you give me everything I want, that's $100.
No, Pa. You got to listen to me.
Don't sass me anymore. Just get a halter on him. Go on, get. You can't be serious, Laughlin. Bet I'm serious, Mr. Cartwright. You told Trudy you wanted to buy this horse. I'm telling you, I want to sell him.
Well, even after she told you what that horse might mean to both of you?
Trudy always has big dreams, silly dreams. I don't even listen to them.
Well, might be a good idea if you did listen to her dreams sometimes.
Maybe you can afford time to listen to that foolishness. I can't afford to turn down $100 for this animal. That's all I'm asking. You want to buy him or don't you, Mr. Cartwright?
The animal's not yours to sell in the first place, is it? I mean, Trudy caught him and broke him.
Trudy's a minor. She ain't got no property rights. Ain't that the law, Mr. Cartwright?
Yeah, that's the law.
Well, then we got a deal.
No, I don't want any part of it.
Yeah? All right. Find somebody else to buy him. We'll have no trouble with a fine animal like this one. All right, let's go, girl.
Please, buy him, Mr. Cartwright. Somebody's going to anyway, and I'd rather you all had him than anyone else. So you wouldn't be so far away from me.
All right, Trudy. All right, come in the house. I'll get you a bill of sale and your money.
Sorry about that.
Oh, it isn't your fault. Bronca could win that race. I just know it. That's what I was trying to tell Pa, but he wouldn't listen. He's twice the horse in that dumb old Skeeter you're going to ride.
Trudy, you're kind of putting yourself out on a big limb, aren't you, honey?
You want to see how fast he can run?
Why not?
Got Skeeter in the barn. I'm sure I can muzzle up an extra saddle.
Well, brother, looks to me like you got a race on your hands.
I sure thank you, Mr. Cartwright. Where's Bonanza?
Us?
Trudy, she run off with him?
She sure did. She left here on the dangest cloud of dust you ever seen.
Huh?
She and Joe's horse racing. Joe's on Skeeter.
Oh, yeah?
Hey! Oh, she's beating him.
Let's go.
Yeah, look at that little gal riding. Great deal of that hole. She beat him 7 ways to Sunday.
Congratulations. He's a great horse.
You take good care of him, won't you?
You know I will.
That was a good ride. Good ride, Trudy.
Tried to tell you, Pop. But you wouldn't listen.
You cheated me, Cartwright. I ain't gonna forget it.
Well, if Laughlin thinks you cheated him, why don't you give him his money back so Trudy can keep her horse?
I could. Walk those horses around real good. Let them cool out before you put them up. Take special care, Barranca. Don't want anything to happen to Trudy's horse now, do it?
so he's down at the saloon every night.
Well, look, you and Bronca, go ahead and just have yourself a good visit. I'll see you after a while.
Did you hear that, Branca? I can come visit you anytime I want. And you won't be lonesome either. And they may let me even ride you. And you gotta admit, that barn's much better than that kraal you were living in up in the hills. We can just pretend that you're my very own. Well, what's the matter, Mr. Cartwright? You told him, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, I told him, Trudy. Trudy, we have a proposition we'd like to discuss with you, sort of a business deal.
Yeah, we just had a meeting.
About me?
Yes, about you and about Barranca. Yeah, Trudy, how would you like to ride Barranca? In the big race.
Yeah, we haven't won that race in a couple of years.
What's the catch?
Well, yes, there is a catch, I must admit to that. If you win the race, Barranca belongs to you. Only you don't take legal possession until you're of legal age.
And you only get half the prize money when you're of legal age.
Have we got a deal?
What do you think, Branca? Think we win that race? Okay, you got yourself a deal.
All right, it's a deal.
What good's that gonna do me? I need money now, girl, now. And Cartwrights get all the prize money. If you win, they got a prize-winning stallion. Can't you see through this scheme, girl? You're too dumb to understand.
Mr. Cartwright said he'd hold half the money for me and sign Branca back to me.
When? 4 or 5 years from now? You swallowed his words. They're just tricking you, gal. You're too dumb to understand, I told you.
They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't lie to me. It's not like that. It's very important to them. You know Mr. Cartwright and all of them.
Why? You got some bets on Brett? That it? They betting?
How should I know?
Maybe I was a little hasty. Riding that horse means a lot to you, don't it?
Yeah, it means an awful lot to me.
Come on over here, you old man. Come on over. I done changed my mind. You got a right. You got a right to enter that race as you got a mind to. You got a right as much as anybody.
Mean it?
Yeah, if you want anything that strong, I ain't gonna stand in your way, honey. I'm gonna do all I can to help you. Now, wait a minute. Listen to what I got to say. I ain't wasting your time. How much you got on Barranca to win?
I've covered close to 7,000.
What is it worth to you to make sure Barranca loses?
Forget it, Laughlin. You can't get to the horse or the Cartwrights.
Maybe not. If I can get to my daughter. And Joe Cartwright ain't riding Barranca. My daughter is.
Well, now, maybe you ain't wasting my time after all, Mr. Laughlin.
What's the matter? You hurt?
No, it's one of my spasms. Comes and goes. It'll go away after a little. It's just that Where you going?
Well, I'm going to get dressed and go for a doctor.
Oh, no. No, he can't do me any good. I've seen him already. That's why I've been drinking so much.
Well, what is it?
I don't know. It's one of them yard-long sawbones names.
Is it bad?
Rudy, I got about 6 months to live.
Come and sit down.
I know. No use getting excited about it. Ain't nothing we can do.
Well, there's got to be something we could do.
Well, there's this doctor in San Francisco. Oh, ain't no use talking about that. It'd take a lot of money.
Well, we've got money. There must be something left when we sold Bonanza.
That's not enough money. Take $1,000. Operation and all.
Well, there's got to be a way.
Yeah, there is a way. Oh, no. I couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, what is it?
I'll forget it.
I'd do anything in the world for you, Bob.
I could make a deal with this Harper. He'd pay a heap of money if he was sure that Bonanza was going to lose the race. You could get him off to a bad start, kind of box him in and put him in a little...
You asking me to give Bonanza a bad race on purpose?
I know it's the wrong thing, but it's only a horse race, and I am dying.
I can't do that. I can't.
Not even to save my life? That's the way, honey. That's my girl.
Down to see how you and Bronco's getting along. Looks to me like he's about as skittish as a polecat in a perfume factory.
Ain't nothing wrong with him.
It looked to me like he's trying to run off with you.
Well, he's a wild horse, ain't he?
What's the matter, hon? What's wrong?
Nothing. I'm just tired. So's Bonanza. I mean, I gave her a long workout. You haven't any reason to find fault with us.
Why don't you call it a day?
That's just what I'm going to do.
If you can ride him on into the barn, I'll come in and brush him down and cool him off for you.
Thanks.
Where you been, girl?
Been out riding around. Thinking.
Only thing you ought to be thinking about is your old pa. Maybe thinking about how he ain't had any dinner yet. Stop looking at me that way. Whiskey's the only thing that eases the pain. I had another one of those attacks today. Real terrible this time.
I went into town. I had a talk with Doc Martin today.
What made you do a thing like that? You checking up on me? Probably lied to you. Told you there was nothing wrong with me. He didn't want to worry you none.
Doc didn't lie, Pa. You did. Just like you always have when you wanted to get your own way. But there ain't gonna be any more lies. Leastwise, I ain't gonna hear 'em, 'cause I'm leaving for good.
Oh, no, Trudy, wait. You're right, honey. I lied, I admit it. I was wrong. But I didn't lie just for me. I lied for both of us. We can still have that ranch you've always wanted. We can have some fine horses, only you've got to stay, Trudy. You got to ride in that race. You got to ride Bonanza. And you got to lose. I made a deal with Harper. If I cross him, he'll kill me. You understand? He'll kill me.
I ain't gonna throw that race, Pa. I made my mind up. But I'll do one last thing. I'll see that Bonanza isn't even in the race. And that way, Harper won't lose any money and you won't be in any trouble.
Oh, honey, that's all I need. That's all I need.
I'm not coming back, Pa. Maybe what I want is a dream. Maybe I won't find it. But at least someplace else I'll have a little chance.
Trudy, honey.
Goodbye, Pa. I ain't never done nothing like this before. I mean, stealing a horse, but you understand, you gotta go back to the hills where you belong, where I found you. Come on, boy.
What you up to?
I told you I heard something.
Go on, boy. Go on, go back and join the herd. Go on, yeah. Go on, yeah. Go on, boy. Go on. I don't want you anymore. Don't you understand? I don't want you anymore. Go on. I'm going to throw this rock at you. Go on.
Trudy! Trudy, what are you doing?
Mr. Cartwright, I can't ride Bronco in the race. I can't.
Trudy! I told you, Bull. This morning she acted real skittery, and she was working out Bronco like she was trying to tie him up or something. And now this.
You know, maybe this has something to do with what I was telling you about Harper and Laughlin getting their heads together. Her father just might be pressing her into throwing that race. There's a lot of money involved.
Yeah, that would make a girl like her act this way. Sure would. All right. Bonanza's gonna run in that race, and he's gonna win it. And you're gonna ride him.
evening, Mr. Cartwright. I'm looking for Trudy. Figured she must be here.
She was here before, Branca. But if she's not at home, I imagine she's off somewhere trying to find some answers to some questions.
About what? Answers to what?
Oh, answers to some simple questions like what's right and what's wrong.
Well, she knows right and wrong. Her mom, me taught her.
Did you?
Well, now, maybe I wasn't born lucky. Maybe I don't own a big spread the way you do. But that don't give you no call to criticize the way I run my family.
I'm not criticizing the way you run your family. And money's got nothing to do with this. I'm just trying to talk to you as one father to another.
Well, I done the best I could.
Did you? And why do you think she's turned to that horse the way she has, huh? Because she's found something to love. Something alive that would return her affection. Do you know why she came here tonight? To try to run that horse back into the hills because she didn't want him to race in a crooked race. All she wanted to do was race Barranca, and you managed to ruin even that for her.
Trudy ain't gonna ride Barranca in that race Saturday, huh?
No, she's not. My son Joseph is gonna ride him. It's getting late.
Well, I still don't know where she headed for. You're the only folks that she'd ask anything of.
I imagine she's out there somewhere, hoping that you'll find her. Tell her something.
Now, tell her what you said. I'll tell her I'm sorry about everything, too.
You might try telling her something else.
What's that?
That you love her.
Hey, boys, we only got 10 minutes before the race starts. Bartender, give me a quick one there, will you?
If it ain't too late, I want to get a bet down.
Sure thing, friend.
50 on Barranca. I wasn't going to bet until they announced a change of riders a few minutes ago.
What are you saying, friend?
Well, that Laughlin girl ain't going to be riding Barranca after all. Joe Cartwright is. Thank you, friend.
Yeah, an awful lot of people bet an awful lot of money in this race. It looks like most of it's being bet on you.
I'll do my best.
That's the 10-minute gun, gents. The next time I fire it, the race will be on.
Hello, Trudy.
Ain't got nothing to say, Pa.
Trudy, when you didn't come home, I was worried.
Told you I wasn't coming back.
Yeah, I guess I don't blame you none for that. All I ever thought about was myself. Never really talked to you. Never realized that a young girl like you ever needed anything more than a bunch of scrub horses to talk to.
You done the best you could.
Oh, no, I didn't. I lied to you over and over. Don't go getting the idea that I'm trying to pull something just to make you forgive me. I realize it's too late for that. But all I want you to do now is to do the right thing.
What does that mean?
I want you to ride Barranca in that race, and I want you to ride him to win.
You said if I rode Bronco in the race and won, Harper'd kill you.
Don't you recognize another one of my lies? I was just trying to scare you into doing something my way. I know now I was wrong, dead wrong. Cody. Honey. You do want to ride in that race, don't you? Make all them dreams come true.
Yeah. I want to do that more than anything else in the world, but little Joe's right.
Oh, you just go on over them Cartwrights and tell them what I had to say, and you ride Barranca in that race. Now go on, get. Now, just a minute. There's one thing more I want to tell you.
Yeah. What is it? I'm listening.
I love you.
You crossed me, Laughlin. You said your girl would ride.
She's gonna ride, Harper. But I crossed you all right. She's gonna ride to win.
Maybe you're lying, maybe you ain't. But I always cover my bets. I ain't taking any chances on paying out all that money. All right, boys, we're leaving town. You too, Laughlin. But you won't be going very far. We know what's around the back. We'll get the money box. Let's go.
Listen, Mr. Cartwright, I've just got to ride him. I've just got to. Everything's all right now. He was lying. Mr. Harper ain't going to kill him if Bronco wins.
So that was it.
Please.
You better get mounted up. You're going to lose this race before it starts.
Come on, give me that jacket.
All right, gents. And girls, let's have a good start.
Calm down, Brady. Calm down.
Don't shoot him. At least I got to see the start of the race. She's way out in front. All right, let's get it over with.
You imagine a fella like Laughlin lying to his own daughter.
Pour me a drink, will you? By the time the race is over, we'll be long gone.
Laughlin! Stuff I want to talk to you about.
Look out, Ben!
Come on, get over here.
He was gonna kill me, Ben.
I think you knew that when you sent Trudy looking for us a couple of minutes ago.
Another one of my lies.
Yeah, only this time it was a lie with a difference. You did it for her sake, didn't you? I'm gonna have to get you to the doctor and stop this.
No, not yet. Please, Ben. I want to see the end of the race. I want to see my little girl. I'll be all right.
Get them over to the sheriff.
Where are they, Ben? Where are they?
It's a long race. Sit down.
should.
Miss Laughlin? Laughlin?
How'd it feel?
Oh, fine. Hey. What's the matter, Trudy? Looks like she's lost her last friend.
Yeah. Well, she just about did, Hoss. Veronica jumped that fence last night. Trudy?
Judy, we're sorry. We just heard about Veronica.
Yeah, he went back to the hills. He's wild again.
The three of us could go out and look for him. Might find him.
Could do that.
If he loves to run free better than he likes me, then that's what I want for him.
Trudy?
I'll be that bird. He said he brought his whole harem with him.
Well, there's a study horse ranch.
Drop that rifle on your gun belts. Driver, climb down and unload the shipment. You keep your hands up.
3 minutes faster than last time. Not good enough. I put the bags back on the coach.
All right, get your hands up, all of you. How about hunting table venison? Looks like I found something bigger than that.
You made a mistake, Sheriff. We're not holdup men. We've got a claim over the hill. We're sending ore samples to Virginia City for assay. My name is Fillmore. Jameson Fillmore, Sheriff.
Ore? Those don't look like ore bags to me.
Reverend, kneel down and open up those bags for the sheriff. Show him.
He's dead. You and your rehearsals. You fixed it this time, Fillmore. You wrecked it. Good.
You're getting old, Testy. You're losing your nerve. You do exactly as I tell you. Take the deputy, put him in the coach, tie the horse behind him. You saw him on a lonely road, and you're taking him into Virginia City like the good citizens that you are.
Just might work.
It'll work.
You're right. That's going to work. But if we do get our hands on that currency shipment, we've got the Ponderosa to cross, posses everywhere, and the best trackers in Nevada on our trail.
You're losing faith in me, Reverend.
Oh, no. But I spent 4 years in prison, and I'm not particularly anxious to go back.
Reverend, you're going to go on preaching the gospel to these poor lost souls until I tell you to stop. For your information, there won't be any trails to follow. Because we're going straight across Lake Tahoe. And we're going to do it in Ben Cartwright's brand new boat. Boat 7,000 feet in the sky. And we're going to use it on the biggest holdup ever pulled.
You hear about Sunday, Pa?
Comes once a week, I understand.
I mean next Sunday.
What about next Sunday, Julie?
We're going to be a picnic and a dance and a barn raising over at the OB Ranch. Candy's going and Horse and Joe and just everybody.
I expect there'll be a few who'll miss the happy occasion.
I know you're awful busy with freight shipments practically doubling every month. But even so...
Julie, do you realize that this is the greatest opportunity a sailor ever had? There's room on Lake Tahoe for a whole fleet to open up this new country. With the help of God and Ben Cartwright, we could be part of it.
I know, but...
That's in the future. And you're worried about the present. Julie, I think we can go to that party.
Oh.
I'll take the wheel. I'm sure that your social activities will take up a lot of time.
Thank you, Papa.
Captain Larson's got her right on time. Pretty as a $40 colt, ain't she? A little bit different from some of them clipper ships you used to sail, huh, Paul?
Yeah. I'll tell you, she's gonna be all right. Till we get some good roads, that's the best way to carry heavy freight around here. She'll pay her way and then some.
No passengers permitted.
Good afternoon, Captain.
When did you come aboard?
Oh, I hopped aboard just before you left the South Shore. You were busy, Nels. Nice. Almost as big as the place we once shared together for so long. Cell 241. Cell Block D, in case you've forgotten.
What do you want?
An introduction to Ben Cartwright. I am Jameson Fillmore, lumberman from San Francisco.
Just introduce you. Is that all? That's all. I'll think about it. Get out. Let me dock this ship.
Tell you one thing, Caddy, it's a good thing I'm running that cow camp instead of you. You throw that rope, I don't think you'd catch anything but a cold.
Not a rope, landlubber. It's a line.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pop and I will make a sail out of you yet, Candy.
I wouldn't count on that, Julie. I still can't make a cowhand out of him.
Why, he handled the boat practically all by himself last 3 times.
3 trips. Only hit the dock twice. That's 1 out of 3. That's not too bad.
Don't try to explain my skills to him, Julie. He's jealous because I get to spend so much time with you.
Hey, wait for me, Captain Kid. I'll give you a hand. Thanks a lot.
Julie?
Hi.
Well, Nels, have a good trip?
Fine, fine. Thank you, Mr. Cartwright.
Got the mail, huh? Good.
Yeah. I'm afraid there's bad news in the paper.
Friend of yours, wasn't he?
Yes, he was a friend of mine. Nels, did you hear anything around the lake?
No, sir. Not a thing.
This is shocking. I tell you, this is just terrible. I heard about this yesterday on the South Shore. What is this country coming to when even the officers of the law can't ride the roads in safety?
That's what a lot of people are wondering, sir.
Mr. Cartwright, this is Mr. Jameson Fillmore, a lumberman from San Francisco.
Fillmore?
How do you do, Mr. Cartwright? Yes, sir. Cartwright, owner of the Ponderosa Ranch and this fine stern wheeler?
That's right.
Well, that's quite an achievement, launching a ship this big so high in the mountains.
Well, Mr. Fillmore, I consider it a great achievement. And I can say that because I had nothing to do with the building or the launching of it. It was brought up piece by piece, on muleback, right up the side of the mountain. By the man who had the vision to do it. I merely bought it from him. Are you in the lumber business, are you, sir?
Yes, I am. And I've spent a great deal of time up here in Lake Tahoe, and...
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Frankly, when I saw your Bear Ridge stand of timber, I said to myself, I have just got to have it. So I took the liberty of bringing along 2 of my top timber cruisers.
Well, you don't waste any time, do you, sir?
And with your permission, I'd like to have them cruise that stand of timber. And after I get their reports, I'd like to be able to make you an offer that you cannot refuse.
I find no objection in that, sir.
Good. We'll need some pack animals and some horses and a place to camp.
No problem at all. You'll be wanting to start immediately.
Yes, we will.
Nels, now there is an enthusiastic gentleman. Business is picking up.
You made that introduction sound legitimate, Nels. Real legitimate.
Understand one thing. I won't see Cartwright hurt. You make one wrong move, and I'll tell him. You and all your men are ex-convicts.
Well, you say anything, and you'll go back for consorting with ex-convicts. You know, I was thinking, Nels, maybe there's some way I can help you raise enough money to send Julie back east to school. As I remember, that's all you used to talk about when we were roommates in apartment 214. Think about it. Everything you've ever wanted. At the bottom of the grade, the Reverend will be waiting in the middle of the road. We stop the stagecoach, take out the currency. Remember, this time, it's $1 million. We load it into the Reverend's bag among his hymn books and his religious tracts.
Well spoken, brother.
Now, when the law hears about the holdup, they'll block the trail. They'll search the area, even for days.
Yeah.
Testy, what do you do?
Go right for the North Shore boat landing, across this hogback, down this draw, because that's the fastest, and then in that boat of Cartwright's better be there.
Dixie'll be there, because Fillmore and me are going to make sure.
Reverend?
I ride through North Meadows. If I meet somebody, I start thumping my Bible. If it's a posse, I tell them I saw 3 riders headed away from the lake into these mountains.
You're forgetting something, Reverend. Something absolutely essential. You do not hurry. You are a preacher with all the time in the world.
I don't sweat. I don't strain. I don't lather my horse. And if you ever again raise your hand against me, I'll kill you. I'll do my job. And I'll make it look good.
Good? Perfect. Every man, every move.
Got the mail off the boat. Paul around?
Yeah, he's in there. You got something for me?
No, Joe, nobody loves you, I reckon. Of course, anybody that loved you couldn't read and write, no how.
Oh, you're funny. You're funny.
Anything there from San Francisco?
No, nothing. Why, you expecting something?
Oh, I wrote to the bank in San Francisco for some references on Mr. Fillmore. Although I don't really think we need any. He seems to be a gentleman, and he certainly knows the lumbering business.
Maybe he knows it. I don't think too much of the fellows that work for him, though.
Very hard to find good workers these days. You know, Hoss, even in the bosom of one's own family, it's difficult to find a hard-working young man.
What's wrong, Papa?
Good. Nothing's wrong, nothing. Why do you ask?
Papa, what are you worried about?
Honey, I'm just doing some heavy thinking, that's all.
Anything I can do?
You already have. All the time that I was in prison, I think I might have given up and died if I hadn't known that two people on the outside believed in my innocence. You and Ben Cartwright.
Well, Nels, we were just talking about you. Step down, say hello.
What do you want?
Settle a wager. You know, we sit up here all day watching all the activities down on the water. And who should we see an hour ago getting on a horse riding away from the dock? But our old colleague, Nels. And where should he be heading? But on the only road leading to Ben Cartwright's logging camp.
I work for him. I can talk to anyone I want.
But not say anything you want, Nels. So you finally decided to be a hero. Throw caution to the winds. Warn Mr. Cartwright, huh?
No, sir. No, not anything like that. You told me that you're not planning anything. I believe you. I believe all of you. Yeah, we're old friends. We've been through the mill together. Why should any one of us hurt anybody?
Where's Papa?
I haven't seen him.
Well, he was only going to be gone an hour. I took a nap, and when I woke up, Well, we're due to sail in 20 minutes, and Papa's never late.
He and Ben Cartwright probably got to talking and forgot the time. I'll ride up there and meet him if it'll make you feel better.
No, that's all right. I'll do it. You got to get the Dixie ready to sail. You're the captain now, right?
Right.
Papa, I was so worried about you. 10 minutes before sailing time, and you sit here resting? Hey, Papa! Papa! Please! Papa loves the lake. He'd like it here. I still can't believe it.
Julie. It's gonna be hard. The loneliness, that'll be the hardest part.
We found plenty of tracks, but lost them up in the shale. It still looks like attempted robbery. I think the killer saw him riding up the trail and thought he was bringing you the money for your loggers.
It's possible.
I don't think it was robbery. Nels Larson had been carrying around a big load of trouble. He was jumpy, nervous, not himself at all.
How long had that been going on?
A week.
Maybe he was sick or something.
No, it was more than that. At least, I think it was.
You know what he wanted to see me about?
He didn't tell me. He didn't even tell Julie.
If you hear anything, tell me or Clem. Meanwhile, you're the skipper.
Julie, you don't have to do that. I'll take care of it.
No, I have to.
You have a lot of friends, Julie. We'll be glad to help.
I know that. My aunt says I can come and live with her in St. Louis, and I'll go to boarding school, and I know I'll make a lot of new friends, and all the haters. Oh, why did he have to be killed? What was it? What kind of trouble was he in?
Julie, I don't know who killed your father or why. But I'm gonna find out. Or die trying.
Howdy. You mind if I come in?
Looks like you are in.
Hey, that's too bad about Captain Larson. Ironic, isn't it? Killed for a payroll that he wasn't even carrying. Hey, notice you got your gun on.
Yeah, I felt kind of out of balance without it.
And a nervous little man with banker written all over his face handed you a pouch at the dock. If I were a betting man, I'd say today was payday.
You know, funny you should mention payroll. When I was a kid, I used to read about robbers. I used to try to figure out how I could do it better. And since I've been working for Larson, I bet I've figured a dozen different ways to steal that payroll. Just to pass the time.
Just to pass the time.
Yeah, sure. Stealing it'd be a cinch, but well, getting away with it's a tough part. But I just might figure out a way to do it, just to pass the time.
Well, I'll have to give that some thought myself. Just to pass the time. Hello, boy. Come sit down, share a meal with us. Meat's tough, biscuits are like lead, but the coffee's hot.
Have you thought any more about what we were talking about?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have. Wow, looks like payroll day.
Bringing it this far was easy. Now you tell me how to get away with it.
Well, what's in it for me?
Half.
Sorry, I don't trust you. It's all too quick, too easy.
I think you're a big bag of hot air. I think you have no idea how I can get away with that.
Your privilege, my friend.
But I know how to do it.
Go ahead.
I need your help. A robbery. Somebody took it away from me.
Wouldn't believe you for a minute.
I think they will. If they find me with a lump on my head, and one of the robbers beside me, dead.
And just where do you think you're going to get yourself a dead robber?
Which one of those two can you spare?
You're not serious.
Which one?
The one in the green coat. Houston. He drinks too much anyway. My congratulations, boy. My sincere congratulations. How would you like to make 4 times what's in that payroll bag with no risk at all?
4 times?
4 times.
I'm listening very carefully.
Just take that payroll bag to the Cartwright camp like you're supposed to.
What?
Then go back to the boat, stay there, do your job until you hear from me.
All right. I guess I just have to trust you, don't I?
He's a real hard-nosed one. About as friendly as a porcupine.
How right you are, Houston. How right you are.
Wait a minute. What's this doing open?
It's all there. I opened it when I offered Fillmore half the payroll.
You what?
Offered Fillmore half the payroll.
I think you heard him right the first time, Paul.
All right. You start talking. You better start from the beginning.
Yeah, I better. Julie and me have done some hard thinking. And we're sure that her dad's trouble started when Fillmore showed up.
What's that got to do with this payroll?
Well, Fillmore's been feeling me out for a week. I set up stealing the payroll to test him. And I offered him half.
Well, young man, don't you think you ought to consult with me before you start doing anything like that?
Well, as it turned out, Mr. Cartwright, there wasn't time. If I'd have brought this up here before I went to Fillmore's camp, he'd have known I was setting a trap.
But he didn't take the money, did he?
No, he's after something bigger. He offered me 4 times this amount if I go back to the Dixie and wait for orders.
Paul, don't you think it's about time we get the law in on this?
What's the law got to do with it? There's no evidence. All we've got is Candy's suspicions.
I want to turn that suspicion into evidence. I'd like to go back to the boat and wait.
All right, go ahead. Candy, you be careful.
I'll be careful.
Got that rifle on your gun belts. Driver, climb down and unload the shipment. Hurry it up!
Fillmore tell you to do that?
He told me, Reverend. He told me we don't need him anymore.
Well, don't try it with me, Testy. I don't surprise so easily. Besides, I'm much faster than you are.
Maybe. And one of these days you might just have to prove that, Reverend.
What happened, brother guy? You got a lame horse?
Why, no, Brother Foster. I'm just relieving him of his burden. Same as I lift the burdens of sin from the hearts of men. Anything wrong?
Plenty. Stage holdup. Double killing.
Oh, there's a heap of evil loose in this world, brothers. That's why I preach.
Brother.
I have seen the Sodoms and the Gomorrahs of the West. All the dens of iniquity. Can any of you stand without shame before the Almighty?
Brother, we haven't got time for a sermon right now. No offense. How long you been on the trail?
Well, I left Virginia City early this morning. I've just been moseying along, enjoying God's wonders and the comfort of his word.
You seen anybody? Anybody at all?
Well, I did see 3 riders about an hour ago. As soon as they saw me, they lit out for that peak yonder like...
Thanks, brother guy. All right, let's go.
Like the devil himself was chasing them. You're all invited to the big revival I'm holding down at the South Shore.
Fillmore's camp. Nobody there.
Well, they're probably out timber cruising.
Unless they can make a boundary without a compass.
That's right.
Mr. Fillmore.
Wow. Ready to cast off, Captain?
We're ready to go in about 5-6 minutes.
It'll be a little longer than that. We're waiting for some passengers. Remember, 4 times the money is in that pouch. And today's the day you earn it.
Sorry, folks, we have engine trouble. Everybody ashore. We'll give a whistle blast when the engine's fixed. Shouldn't take too long.
Bless you, brothers. Nicely done. Where's Fillmore?
Up in the wheelhouse.
All right, Captain, let's get this tub underway.
Full reverse.
Mr. Cartwright, somebody hijacked the Dixie.
How long ago?
About 15 minutes ago.
That's right.
I just stole Ben Cartwright's boat. I think it's about time I knew what was going on.
Boy, you just became part of one of the biggest holdups in the history of Nevada.
How much?
$1 million. They can run until they drop. They'll never catch us.
Well, what do we do when we get to the South Shore?
We don't. We turn into a cove before we get there. There's a man waiting with saddles and pack horses. Beyond that, the Placerville stage. Drivers bought and paid for. From there, to San Francisco. And then, a boat to Panama. How does that sound?
Great. I never been to Panama.
I like your style, boy. We're gonna get along fine.
Fillmore, you better come down. Found something you ought to see. She was hiding. We missed her when we run the others off.
It's the young lady's misfortune that she's here. Of course, it's our good fortune that Tahoe is the deepest lake in the world. 1,600 feet straight down. What's that fool doing?
He's trying to run our ground.
Stop the engine!
He's got the wheelhouse.
Drop the gun, or the girl dies. Houston! Tell Tessie to start the engines and get us out of here! Guy! Come up here!
killed my father.
Well, you better be careful of that thing. It may be real.
Don't move!
Little girl.
He's turning in.
Make a charge of that boat, we're running right into their rifle fire.
Cover me. Give me some running room.
Joe, they'll kill you the minute you set foot on that deck.
Not if I go in under the bow. Take her from behind where they won't be looking.
All right, wait. When do I give you the word?
Hush!
Now.
Yeah, thanks. We got 2 more down below. Get his gun.
All right, mister, drop it. Stand up and drop it.
Son, I have sinned grievously. Will you forgive me? Will you be merciful and forgive? Oh, Lord! Help this poor sinner to repent. Lead him back to the paths of righteousness. Now, son, you can't fault a man for trying to save his neck. Now, can you?
Now, Julie, you remember now, we have an agreement. You have to write a letter once a week, and you have to keep your grades up, and you have to spend your summer vacations on the Ponderosa.
Oh, I'll sure try, Mr. Cartwright.
I'll be writing too, Julie, to tell you how things are on the lake.
Oh, Candy?
I'm sorry you're not going to be around to make a sailor out of me.
Hey, come on, all you landlubbers, get ashore. We're heading for the south end of this lake to meet the stage.
Well, that being the case, Candy, if I'm going to make a cowboy out of you again, we better get started.
What's the hurry? I got 10 minutes left on my lunch hour.
And you got 20 miles to ride to where your work is, so you better start slapping leather. Julie, you have a good trip now.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Julie.
Bye.
Bye.